It is 6:30 p.m. A quorum of the board is present. This meeting has been duly called, and that notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551. Will you please stand with me as we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you, we praise you for this day. We thank you for who you are. We thank you for what you've done for us. We thank you for this wonderful district, all of our staff, all of our students, and all of our community members. God, we are here for that purpose. And God, we just pray tonight that you would give us your wisdom. God, we pray that your truth would be spoken at all times. And God, that everything that is said and done would represent you. Father, I pray that you'll be with us. God, we take none of these decisions lightly, and we need your help as we do this. Lord, be with us tonight. We love you and thank you. It's in Jesus' name. Amen. And now the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, next up we have public comment. Just a reminder for public comment policy, you will have 5 minutes to speak. You'll get a 1-minute warning, and the board is not to respond. We're just listening tonight. So the first up that we have is Anna Harwell. Ms. Harwell?
Hi. Okay. All right, I want to be both constructive and direct because the pattern we're seeing across this district is too consistent to ignore. This is not about one campus or one individual. It's about systems and whether those systems are effectively serving students and supporting staff. Starting with special education. We are seeing a high volume of ARD meetings, yet ongoing concerns that students are not consistently receiving required services and accommodations. In some cases, teachers are unclear which students have IEPs. Even occasional gaps, like the signal breakdowns in communication and oversight that require immediate attention. At the middle school level, an additional grade and increased special education demands have been added without corresponding increase in support staff. This raises a fundamental question. How are campuses expected to meet compliance requirements and maintain instructional quality under these conditions? On staffing and instruction, some teachers are responsible for multiple grade levels and STAR-tested subjects while being evaluated on outcomes tied to those assignments. So the question is, are we creating conditions for success or conditions where success is unlikely? If it's the latter, evaluation data stops being a meaningful measure of effectiveness. There are also concerns about personnel decisions. Teachers are being asked to resign or non-renewed, while critical positions across the board remain unfilled. What is the long-term staffing strategy, and how is it aligned to student needs? Operationally, we continue to see payroll inaccuracies, delays in facility repairs, particular air conditioning, and limited responsiveness to concerns. These are basic expectations, and when they're not met consistently, trust erodes. There are concerns about confidentiality. Information that should remain within appropriate channels is at times being shared more broadly, including with central admin families. Whether intentional or not, this undermines confidence in leadership systems. In terms of student experience, there are reports of inconsistent discipline practices, particularly involving cases involving bullying or student-facing external challenges. There are questions about whether the required procedures, including those outlined in House Bill 6, are being consistently or even followed at all. Concerns have been raised about student search practices in alignment with policies and laws. Searches of a student's person or intimate belongings should be conducted by a staff member of the same gender. This is necessary and often required to protect student rights and ensure appropriateness. While student consent can permit a search, it must be clearly voluntary. And again, this is not about isolated incidents, but patterns of inconsistency. And patterns require system-level review. Finally, families are choosing to leave, many after middle school, the same campus where Ms. Bones' contract was not renewed without district communication despite community concern. They are exploring alternatives like homeschooling as students enter high school. This does not happen in isolation. It reflects perception, experience, and trust. So I'll close with this. Campus outcomes are closely tied to leadership effectiveness, including hiring, support systems, instructional focus, and organizational culture. So the questions are, how are we evaluating whether leadership structures are truly supporting campuses? What systems ensure accountability, not just at the classroom level, but at the leadership level? How are we measuring impact on students beyond test scores through support and overall experience? Disagreement is understandable, but there should always be clarity and confidence in how and why decisions are made. Right now, the clarity is lacking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harwell. Next, we have Colby McBride.
Good evening. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, sir.
Maypearl's about to make a reckless decision, and you know it. Sitting here tonight, you know exactly what's going on. Miss Bone has not been. Sorry. Miss Bone is being removed not for her failures, okay? She's being removed because she did her job too well without playing politics with certain people in the district and in admin. While the district struggles with making plans, failures, staffing, shortages, and chaos, Miss Bone has held her campus together. She's absorbed this entire grade level that has come to her this year. She's ran a school without adequate resources, including the counselor to start the year off with. No complaints, did her job. She's maintained stability, delivered safety, results to our kids. I could call her any day if I have a problem with my kid. She would answer. I'm not going to get a message that she'll call you back and never get it. She's going to call back. That's what's important. Her actions isn't incompetence that is being replaced to y'all with the evaluations. This is competence under fire. And now you're in a career based on evaluations written by people who are not properly qualified, in my opinion, or certified by TA to do the results that they're doing for this district. That is indefensible. You could never accept the standards for your own job, yet you're going to impose it on someone else who has earned the community's trust. We all drove by the school and we seen the signs out front, save our principal. That's leadership. That's culture right there. I'm going to miss a lot of this, save you some time. That's what this school district needs, really. We need culture built in it. We need to support our principals. We need to support our coaches. We need to support our teachers. We can't just stick them out to the road whenever we don't agree with them. We need to start standing up behind them. When y'all go back there tonight, that's what y'all need to think about. What is best for these kids? There's a lot of kids right now that aren't happy because they're not going to have their principal next year. I got one that doesn't want to come back to school next year. He wants to be homeschooled because he's not going to have Miss Bone there. That says a lot to me. Kids don't come to school because it's school. They come to school because they like who they come to. They play ball because they like the coaches they coach under. They like their teachers because they teach them. They get along with them. They relate to them. We got to have that culture, and this board needs to maintain that culture. And if somebody's sitting in admin doing evaluations, doesn't understand that, that's where the culture needs to start at, as at the top. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Any other public comment forms that I missed? No? Okay. I want to thank you both for coming. I want to thank you for your passion. I want to thank you for caring enough to come and speak. So I just want to say thank you to you both for coming. Next on the agenda, we have recognition. LSK Student Recognition Spelling Bee winner and runner-up.
Good evening. All right. I have the privilege to introduce and recognize our Spelling Bee winner and our runner-up. I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Lila Aguilar, 4th grade.
Carly Bird, 4th grade.
All right. And these ladies participated in our spring spelling bee. We did have it back in January. And they studied countless hours, I'm certain of it. Several hundred, how many words do you think, ladies? A lot of words that they studied to prepare for the spelling bee. And they made it a grueling and intense 7 rounds of spelling bee words. And our winner, Lila, had to get 2 words correct in a row to win. And she won on the word poultry. And then she got to move on to the Ellis County Spelling Bee, and she made it 4 rounds in the Ellis County Spelling Bee, which is pretty impressive. And then the word that got Carly was nautical. Yeah. It's a pretty big word, too. But I am so proud of them. They worked really hard, and you see the hardware that they got with it. You want to hold it up and brag about that?
Yeah, bring those trophies up here.
Awesome.
Bring those trophies up here. I want to see these.
I was there for the spelling bee. Y'all did a great job. I don't know if I could be up there trying to spell in front of that many people.
Yeah.
Very nice.
They did great. But we are proud of them, and I am grateful that I get an opportunity to recognize their hard work. So thank you. All right.
Excellent job, ladies. All right, next up we have our graduation through finish line.
This feels weird. Okay, there he is. Good evening, everyone. My name is David James, and I am the proud principal at Maypearl High School. Welcome to the commencement ceremony of the Maypearl High School Finish Line program. I want to start this off by congratulating our graduate, Seth Rogers. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have the support crew that you have had that has inspired you to come back to us and complete your education. What you have accomplished will help your family gain a firm foundation going forward. You have worked very hard to get to where you are today, and your dedication is unmatched, and your determination has allowed you to cross the finish line. This 2026 finish line graduation is for a unique student who has shown great resilience in the face of challenges, changing landscapes, and personal struggles. I have personally witnessed Seth in my time at Maypearl go from a young student who is trying to matriculate into a traditional education to, quite honestly, Seth's a grown man now, y'all. He quite literally is a grown man. We're proud to be able to honor Seth tonight with his family in attendance. I would like to ask Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Joshua Martin, and the Board of Trustees President, Mr. Jared Wright, to the podium. All right, Board of Trustees, President Wright and Superintendent Martin, at this time, this Maypearl High School finish line graduation of 2026, Seth Rogers, has fulfilled the requirements set forth by the state of Texas, and I would like to present him as a candidate for graduation. Will Seth Rogers please stand? It is now time for the presentation of the diploma. I'll read the name. Seth Ray Rogers.
Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the Texas Education Agency and the Board of Trustees of the Maypearl Independent School District, I hereby certify that this senior student has met all course requirements, is now entitled to the rights, privileges, and responsibilities pertaining to a high school graduate in the state of Texas.
Congratulations to Seth Rogers. At this time, Seth, Mrs. Cox will move your tassel from the right to the left to signify your alumni status at Maypearl High School. One more time for Seth.
Yep, as far back as you can. Yep, thank you.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so for those of you that were here for recognition, you're welcome to stay for the super awesome, cool, boring part. We'd love to have you. If you'd rather go get a head start on dinner, you're welcome to do that as well.
But you can stay.
But you're welcome to stay. That's right. Don't fight the urge. It's fine. Okay. Next up, we have the consent agenda. All right. I do.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? All for? Next, we will move on to the superintendent's report.
So as far as enrollment goes, we are rolling at 1191. Attendance at this point is at 94%, a little over. ADA, we are running at 1,126, and we're on a budget set for 1,111, so that's all good news. Finance report, Mr. Boone's going to present that.
All right, so with the finance summary sheet, if you'll open that up on your board book. The first graph there is our ADA. As we just said, we're running the budget on an ADA of 1111. As of this end of the fifth 6 weeks, you can see we had a rebound from the fourth 6 weeks that was kind of low with our ADA. And so our average daily attendance to this point in the school year is at 1120. And then if you look at the next graph, revenue and expenditures for the month end of March, our revenue realized is at $10,945,623, which is about 70% of our appropriated revenue. And then on the encumbered and expended side, we have $10,401,373, which is 67% of the approved budget. Then the next page down, we're looking at a comparison of where we are at this time compared to this time last year. And so if you look at total revenues, you can see that from this time last year, we're up $512,000. And then on the expenditures, we've spent about $514,000 more than this time last year. Does anyone have any questions on that for the general budget?
No, I think that extra is from the state funding for the teachers. Is that right?
So, yeah, primarily some of that is from the additional funds from House Bill 3. And then also we had a settle-up payment. We always get our settle-up payment
Correct.
in September.
Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you.
And
Just
so
clarifying
then-
what I was thinking.
Sure. Then that next one right below it is specifically for child nutrition. This time last year, they have already realized $23,000 more in revenue, and then they have spent $29,000 less than this time last year.
Let's go.
So they're doing a good job there.
I know in the past we've had to spend a certain amount in child nutrition. Are we still good there?
We
I know
are-
he's super frugal
yeah.
and I love it. Like,
Yeah.
it's one of my favorite people. I just want to make sure that we're still where we
Yeah.
need to be.
So we're good there. They actually, we did that whole game because they only allow you to have 3 months worth of fund balance in your child nutrition
Right.
account at a time. So we had to do some spending down to get to that requirement. Right after we did and accomplished that threshold, they increased it to now you can have 6 months of
Okay.
fund balance accumulated. So we did our
Cool.
due diligence in getting it down, and then they kind of increased it on us, but that's okay,
Yeah. I'd much rather have 6 than 3. So
Yeah, and
we're
so we're, he's looking good with the way he's running it now. He has a little more revenue and less expenditures, so.
good. Awesome.
And then that next sheet down is going to be our construction report as of March. And so you can see at the top there, the total funds available. And then the middle section is what's been paid to date. Previously reported at the top there is all things prior to March, and then those are the details of just specifically what was paid in March. And then at the bottom there, those are the future payments expected to be due with the pay app for April, and then balance to finish, and then the retainage amount that once we're satisfied with the process of the bond construction, those funds will start to be released. And then we do have another Claycomb architect fee, which I've reduced that based on discussions with Greg from Gallagher. So they had talked to Claycomb, and they hashed out some specifics of what their contract was, actually going to be based on the percentage that their contract was allowed. And so I've reduced that because I still have a little bit of a buffer there just in case, when we receive that final bill from Claycomb. And so you can see at the bottom, the green number, the estimated remaining funds after all the future payments. Any questions on that?
Thanks, Josh.
Okay, so the report of the board trustee training hours. So what we got, currently Adam Smith and Monty Derrickson are all caught up. We did find in the transition from superintendent, a board training was scheduled, but not, I don't think, communicated. So we've got the ISO, evaluating and improving student outcomes. That is on the books for Mr. Ramirez, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Cooper. So like I said, they're all caught up minus that training, but that is, like I said, on the books. Like I said, it was signed up but just not communicated during the transition. Mr. Trinkle, we are working on getting certificates for the child abuse, school safety, and the legislative update. Working on finding those certificates. And then Mr. Norman also needs the ISO training, that is signed up for in June, and we're registered and ready to go. Bond construction update, Mr. Wilson.
All right, good evening, everybody. So substantial construction is complete for all areas, so the high school addition, middle school addition, and the new CTE wing. With the culinary room, we got those ovens in. We've had almost all the equipment has had their factory startups. There's 2 items we're waiting on there, and that's the dishwasher, just because we have to have the district install chemicals for that dishwasher, so I'm working with Mr. Ben on that. And then the fryer, I know the teacher for that room is kind of moving in next week, and he's getting the oils and everything for that fryer to do the factory startup on that. Other than that, kind of down to that punch list, we got a couple house things for the storefront to finish up. We've got the Knox boxes that were requested by the fire marshal, 2 at the high school, 2 at the middle school. We're supposed to receive those next week. Some sweeps on those main doors, which is supposed to be done tomorrow. And then we have the hydro seed of the laydown yard that was supposed to be done this week. Working with Oasis out of Maypearl here. I reached out to him Monday. He's not in town right now, so I'm just waiting for an update on that. There at the middle school, we've only got 2 things left. I've got the teacher camera for one of the science labs. That's going to go right over where they teach at. And then hardware for an access door. It's just a simple pull handle in that riser room for that access door that goes into the 2 restrooms. And then I have the ADA inspection that we did. We have some of those corrections scheduled for this weekend. And then the kitchen consultant walked the culinary room with me last Friday, and I'm waiting on his report, but there's a few things he wants added there.
I said we sat down the other day to go kind of look at where they're at. We're looking at, there's a couple things they got to wait until school's out for, but everything should be knocked out. Hopefully by that, like we said, that first week of June is when we can knock out the stuff that the kids have to be gone for. But right now, we're real close to finishing this thing up.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This piece out here between the parking lot that y'all poured and the road, is that gonna get hydro seeded or anything?
That's the plan. So we're going to hydro seed that over there, and then obviously the laydown yard. And then if you see at the CTE wing, there's where those roof drains are. We kind of, just because of how much rain you guys have been getting, we put plywood down there just to kind of keep it from washing out. So that'll get hydro seeded as well.
Do you have an update on the patio there for the cafeteria in the high school?
I have not.
Okay.
We've looked at that, and we're looking at, what our options are as far as, some other possible options we can look at as well. But I haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
And just for the record, what are the issues with the patio currently?
Yeah, is it something on us or is it something different?
It's closed. I just saw it was closed down, not for use.
The new patio?
I was thinking of something completely different.
Okay, so I was like, okay. At our forum, it was just closed until further notice. So.
I am not familiar with the patio. Would you come and talk?
Is that a principal decision?
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. Sorry.
Perfect.
That's a Mr. James' fault.
No. We'll take that. We're just, again, just,
No, you're good.
just asking.
I was talking about something completely different, so.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing, so.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All good.
Other than that, if you guys have any questions about the check payment list, superintendent report is complete.
Any questions on the check payments? No? Okay. All right. All right, so next up, we will move on to discussion action items. The first one on the docket is to consider the estimate for a new AC unit for the middle school food prep area.
Okay, so this is under the purchasing threshold, but I just want to let you guys know, we've got that lined up. We got 3 bids. Kirk's got, he's evaluating which one we're gonna go with, but like I said, I want to let you guys know that's going in. It's been something we've been looking to get, and it's on the docket.
Yeah. And this is a full replacement, not just a repair, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this bond funds that we're using?
I would prefer it to be.
Yes. I think we all would. Good call.
Do you need do we know which vendor, do we need to make that motion tonight on which one or no?
No, we don't. I put that on the docket before I knew our purchasing threshold. So.
I just said, I'm curious if he looks at, because I looked at all the quotes going through, and one's a single phase, one's a 3-phase, and so I'm just curious which route we end up going. If we have 3-phase power, that's always the typical commercial way to go, so I'm just curious of what he goes with.
I will meet with him tomorrow and get that to you.
Perfect.
Cool. So no motion or anything needed here, just a discussion item. All right, next up, we have our Mentors Care annual presentation. We love our annual Mentors Care presentation.
Board, Dr. Martin, thank you for allowing me to present tonight. We're excited to share the exciting things happening at Maypearl High School with Mentors Care. My name is Jessica Roberts, and I'm the area coordinator. I serve several campuses, and one of them gets to be my hometown in Maypearl High School. First, I just want to introduce Miss Kristen Stevens. For those of you that don't know her, she was the LPC for the district and retired last spring. And she has joined us to be our full-time campus coordinator, and she has brought such a light to our campus and our office. The kids love her. She has just brought so much joy in what she does, and it is very obvious when you walk in that room. I know Dr. Martin has got to see the room in action, and Mr. Trinkle is a mentor for us as well. And so we're just elated to have her. And we also, this is the best part, we have a student speaker. Her name is Georgia Knight. She's a senior this year graduating. And this is exciting for me to introduce her because I have had the privilege of serving her and her 4 siblings through Maypearl High School when I served as the campus coordinator at Maypearl High School as well. So I've known her and her family for a long time. And Miss Stevens selected her to be our guest speaker tonight. She will steal the show, and then I'll do the boring stuff, and I'm okay with that, but it's my honor to introduce Georgia, and it takes a lot of courage for a student to come up here and share their heart, so I'm so proud of her, and she's nervous, but she's gonna knock it out and then make me look really bad.
Okay, that's not true. Anyway, so as you know, I'm here to represent Mentors Care. I have had a lot of personal experiences through my 4 years that I've actually known Mentors Care. I was only in for at least 2, but I've definitely been in the room for all 4. Mentors Care has helped me a lot. I became more social, more outgoing, and I definitely feel like it's a safe place to go to. Recently, the past year in October, I had a death of a family member. And when I had that happen, I immediately went to Miss Stevens. She had given me a lot of support, and with that, the whole Mentors Care kind of like came together, in their own little way. My oldest sister had set up some kind of donation thing, and I think a few people had from the Mentors Care program donated or at least tried their best to help. My mentor, Miss Roberts, which not this one, but Suzanne Roberts is her full name. She has definitely helped me a lot through it. She's given me a lot of advice for an older person. I do work with older people very well since I live with my grandmother, and she reminds me a lot of her in a way. In general, I believe that Mentors Care is wonderful for students. It gives a lot of hope and belief and courage to students who feel down, overwhelmed, and just uncomfortable in general in school. It helps a lot with maybe depreciative, people who don't really care about themselves. It definitely gives us a lot of support. We do have at least a lot of fun activities as well for the people who do go in. It's either one-on-one with your mentor or during our lunches. We like to, play a few little games, get a social interaction together. And when I go in there, it feels like a safe haven for me. And it does definitely have a lot of group support. We do also have personal goals we set up, whether it's with each other or maybe just on our own. Our mentors and other students come together and help one another with that. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia. Yeah, I get to follow that, but she's a brave young lady. One thing I want to brag on Miss Stevens, it's not part of this, but okay. Did I mess it up? Oh, good. There's a lot to be said about the sense of community that is brought from the room and what Miss Stevens has incorporated. And just today I was there, I mentor also, and while I was there, Miss Stevens has set up a protocol, a situation. A student is struggling with hygiene at home. They don't have the means, the setup. It's just not a good situation, and the student has been struggling with odor, and kids complain, and he has to leave the classroom. And Miss Stevens set up a place for the student to go into the life skills room and shower before school starts with soap and shampoo and clean towels. And they also have been using the washing machine there to clean the clothes and have that student cycle out their clothing. And just one extra little thing that you can do to help a student make their day more comfortable. High school's hard, and then when you add that into the mix, that's a real struggle, and that just shows her heart. And I wanted to brag on her a minute because that's not part of what we do, but it is the heart of what we do. So grateful for you, Miss Stevens. Now for the stats. So these are some of these you'll see are from last school year, and some of them compare and contrast from students that have been in the program 2 or more years, so we can show a decrease and increase, things like that. So I'll kind of walk through each one. This year at Maypearl High School, Miss Stevens had a total of 10 seniors, all projected to graduate. She served 62 students total for the school year. That's 49 volunteers that she has as mentors from the community. That number is off because there are some mentors that take 2 students when there's a need that hasn't been met, so that they're not waiting without a mentor. And that's a total of 561 hours of people in the community coming on campus and being a part of the school. The indicators that we track, we saw a need for a database system and allowing us to show growth and what we're doing in number form. And so we track our state indicators, which I'm sure y'all are very familiar with, but then we also created our own Mentors Care indicators because we saw that there were students struggling with things far beyond what the state identifies. And so you'll see kind of what we have ruled into there as things that we see students are really struggling with and we need to track. And then we also track the ACEs, the Adverse Childhood Experiences. and I'll break it down. The state at-risk indicators, this is for our students here at Maypearl High School for this school year up until January. We compile our data in January. 6 of the students were struggling to pass classes. 1 did not advance to the grade level the previous year. 27 were struggling, not passing all their STAR tests. 6 students were in DAP. 1 had been a previous dropout that returned. That was the young man that we celebrated this evening. 3 with limited English, and 5 that were facility placement, which is like an inpatient mental health facility. This is a long list. I won't go over every single thing because I know there's more to discuss for y'all tonight, but I'll kind of touch on some of the big ones. This is our own Mentors Care indicators that we decided that we wanted to track. The first one was something that we saw a huge need. A lot of our students that we serve were not participating in anything other than school. And we know that when a student gets involved in, whether that's a club, a sport, whatever it may be, there's a buy-in. They're invested into something, and they also have an extra adult that comes in alongside them like a mentor and encourages them. It also helps them keep their grades on track. So that encouragement helps as well. And so we have in our curriculum binders in the Mentors Care Room, we have a list of extracurricular activities that Maypearl High School offers. And the mentors go over that. They talk about it with the students. Ms. Stevens talks about it a lot. What do they offer? Let's get something started if we don't have it. Just really encouraging them to have some sort of extra, just something to have fun with and a group of people to belong to. And so there were 20 that they did not have any of that involvement prior to joining Mentors Care. Another big one, anger, anxiety, depression, they're all very close in numbers, and I think they go very hand in hand. Just mental health problems that we see a great need for in the last 6 years for sure. 31 said that they felt like they didn't have any self-esteem, no self-worth, which Georgia talked about. Behavioral issues, that's like your office referrals, outbursts in class, not following the rules, getting in trouble, going to DAP, ISS, that sort of thing. 23 said that they just struggled socially. Like Georgia said, they're allowed to eat lunch. Mr. James allows them to have lunch in our office, and it's a nice space, and there's room to spread out, and they get to eat in there, and it's a place for them to belong. A lot of them said they feel very uncomfortable in the lunchroom. They don't have people to sit with, and it's kind of just this little quirky group of people that just love each other, and they're all very different, but they have a place to fit in. They play games. It's really fun. And then 30, just a lack of family support. The ACEs, the other stat that we track, 3 of our students had a death of a parent, guardian, or sibling, and Georgia lost her brother. He was in the program. He graduated a few years ago. That was who she spoke about. 34 came from a broken home or blended family. 6 were experienced in a traumatic event, like a car accident, home fire, things like that. 12 reported at some point. 10 were struggling with substance abuse, either themselves or in the home by a parent or a family member. And 22 were struggling financially, considered econ disadvantaged. One thing that Ms. Stevens offers at the school, because she's there full time, she's there, your mentors once a week comes, but there are times, like Georgia explained, when her brother passed and she found that out, there's a place to go. We partner alongside the school counselors. Sometimes they just recognize that as a safe place to go, and that's where they turn when they have something that hits them unexpected. And so she can offer that support, and then in those moments we partner with the school, with counselors. We're letting them know what's going on. We're making sure that the resources are given to the student with what that need might be, and just making sure that they're taken care of on kind of all fronts from the school. A lot of times we can be the first line of defense, either Ms. Stevens or a mentor, because that's a trusted adult that they have a relationship with and they feel that they can share those things with. And then there was one pregnancy that we had, that you also saw here today, a sweet little baby. And so every time that we have a crisis of some sort, we're always trying to refer and get help with those situations. And so something that Mentors Care has worked really hard with is partnering with resources within the community and surrounding communities to offer those resources to students in need when we find that out. We can't always meet every need, but we can help make that connection. So we're constantly trying to look up, Hope Clinic for healthcare if there's a need, or the pregnancy, resources, counseling outside of school, things like that. Just handing that resource over and saying there's an option if you want to take it. And I think it's cool. Ms. Stevens is known well throughout the campus, and there were also 4 situations where a student came to talk to her. They weren't necessarily in the Mentors Care program, but just was like, I know you're a trusted adult. I'm going to tell you this situation, and she was able to help guide them through that as well. This is a snapshot across all of Mentors Care. So we serve 22 campuses, 23 coming up in the fall. And so this is just a general snapshot of the difference that a mentor makes. 75% across the board. These are students that have been in the program now 2 years or more, so we're really being able to track that data. They improved their attendance issues, which we saw was a big issue. 39% had less anger issues. 35% became grades above passing. They improved that. 33% felt that they had an improvement in their depression. 38% improved anxiety. 44% improved their behavioral issues, which that's huge, that they're not having those outbursts. They're not going to DAP. They're learning how to deal with their emotions and productively have conversations rather than have an outburst and have some situation at school where they get into trouble. They're learning those coping skills when things don't go your way, because it doesn't. 30% improved their chemical dependency of some sort. 33% said they felt more motivated. 27% felt that they felt better about themselves, their self-esteem, their self-worth. 38% less DAEP. That's a huge one. 39% felt that they struggled less socially, and 16% got more involved. There was an improvement there. They were involved in something. And then back to Maypearl specific stats. This was from our last school year when we finished out. We got to run all of our data in the summer. And 100% of our students that were struggling with attendance met that 90% attendance rule, which is huge. Really proud of that one. 100% moved on to the next grade level, which we saw there were several just here that did struggle with that. 100% of our seniors graduated. And 61 for Maypearl specifically, 61% of those students that were having those behavioral discipline referrals, 61% improved those. They had less than the next year. There was an improvement. Pathways, this is one thing we're excited. As we started tracking, we also saw a need of where are our kids going? What are they doing after Mentors Care? We want to see the impact. One thing that's really exciting, this is our 17th year serving, 10th year in Maypearl specifically, but 17th overall. And now several of our students that have graduated and been through Mentors Care are now mentors, which is so cool. They've seen the power of having someone show up and mentor, and now they want to give back to their community. It's my favorite thing. My favorite thing to see. We've been training them in new mentor trainings, and it's just a really cool, it just shows the fruits of your labor. You don't always get to see that, but it's exciting to see that. And so we're tracking, what are they doing? What are their plans? And so these were our 2025 graduates. 4 went on to a junior college, a 2-year. 1 went into the military. 8 went straight into the workforce, 1 to a technical vocational school, and 1 of our students last year was a first-generation high school graduate, and that's both parents. Yeah, so we're starting to track that, and I think we have more for next year, so I'm excited. One thing I just want to share, that workforce, one thing that we have compiled is a list of local businesses that are big supporters of Mentors Care. They've said, hey, we love the program. We would love it if you have seniors that are wanting to join the workforce, just get right to work after graduation. You recommend them. You say, hey, this, not everybody's fit for a big job right after high school, but some are, and they're ready to get in there. And so we have a list, we have contacts with these businesses, and we have made these connections. Actually, one of our seniors graduating this year, he is going to an apprenticeship plumber with one of our connections. It's exciting, and so just helping them make that connection, giving them, a recommendation and just a little foot in the door where they might not otherwise have that. And so as more and more just want to go into the workforce, we're excited to kind of help guide them in that and help set them up for some success after high school. 56% of our students, we ask them questions when we interview them. 56% said that they felt that they didn't have a safe person to talk to before they joined the program. And 100% of them said that they felt like Mentors Care created a safe place for them to be. And then this is a photo of one of our mentors, Brian Vickers. Every year we nominate a mentor for our Carl Smith Award. It's a mentor of the year, just someone who served a long time, has done a great job, mentored multiple students, someone that just does a standout. So each school gets to nominate one person, and Ms. Stevens chose Brian Vickers. He's an awesome guy. That's his picture. We just wanted to give him a little shout out. And so we're proud to have him. He has had several students. He usually gets the toughest ones, and he's done great with every single one of them. That is all I have, but I'd love to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you. As someone who met Dina about 17 years ago, she started this program in Midlothian High School in a closet in a library that was a public library shared space with, and it has just grown. I'm so excited for the direction y'all are going. The stats are wonderful. The outcomes are good. We were talking the other day, she was doing like a capital campaign, and I said that really the biggest success is the immeasurable. Like, because of the mentors who are there every day, we can't measure the fact that they were not exploited by someone, that they were not trafficked by someone, they were not abused by someone because they had someone to go. They're not homeless because of that mentor. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
Make me cry. That's not hard to do, but.
No questions. I just want to say thank you. I think it's a very valuable program for our community, and I appreciate what y'all do.
Yep.
Thank you for being a mentor.
Thank you.
Agreed. Huge fan of Mentors Care. You guys do really great work, so very grateful. All right, anything else, gentlemen? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do you want this? Okay. Don't touch it.
All right. With fitting timing, we will consider the MOU for Mentors Care.
Make a motion to approve the MOU as presented.
Second.
All right. First and second. Any discussion? All right. All in favor? All right. All four. Excellent. All right. Now we are consider approving the MOU for JJAEP.
This is just a renewal of our standard MOU. This is for our students that meet requirements above our in-house DAEP.
Make a
Motion to approve it
Go ahead.
as presented.
Second.
First and second. Any discussion? All right. All in favor? All four. All right. Next, one of the more fun ones, student dress code for 26-27.
You beat me to it. This is the good one. You guys got the proposed dress code changes. I'll just go over the changes on number 6. We're making and this is campus administrators weighing in on this. They're the ones dealing with it every day. Students should wear jeans, shorts, pants, dresses, or skirts that fit well, not too tight, too baggy, too short, sagging, or low cut. Skinny jeans and skater jeans, pants must be worn at the top of the hips. We're getting rid of all that. Not getting rid of that. We're rewording it. Sorry, kids. All pants, skirts, and shorts shall be sized appropriately and worn at the waist with no sagging. Just kind of streamline it. It's pretty standard. On number 8, we're removing the line where it says pants and shorts. It says skirts must be worn at the hip, and we're getting rid of that. So we're saying pants and shorts should have no holes that show skin above the mid-thigh. Mid-thigh is delineated at the end of the student code of conduct, or that the dress code, and that did not change. Number 10, if tights, leggings, shorts, or spandex type material or other form-fitting pants are worn, we're adding a clause, the bottom hem of the top/shirt must be at mid-thigh. Once again, just making more clarity there. Number 12, we are changing 12. Shirts and blouses must be hemmed to fit around the arm. Tank tops, rib tank tops, muscle shirts, and spaghetti straps are prohibited. That just clarifies a lot of what was on number 12. I can read it for you guys if you'd like. Want to skip through that? Okay. And then we're adding 2 clauses to the very back. 27, no blankets.
Oh, man. Man, this is huge. Does this apply to athletic events as well?
Where's Mr. James at? Did he bolt out here?
I'm
No, this is all in the classroom.
Okay.
Number 28, any aspect of a student's appearance, attire, or accessories that is likely to distract or disrupt the learning environment, including images or messages that are illegal, inappropriate, lewd, vulgar, sexually suggestive, contain profanity, or promote violation of school rules are prohibited, i.e., promote drugs, tobacco use, alcohol, violence, gangs, death, sex, profanity, or hate. Once again, just trying to clarify for kids as we get ready to go school shopping, what to have and not have on your shirts. And that's all. And the rest of the student dress code stays as posted.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Still no hats, huh? I'm just kidding. I'm a hat guy. I got to make the joke. It's fine. All right. All in favor? All right. All 4.
Thank you to all our administrators that put this together. Appreciate it.
Yeah. We know you guys took some time to get that done, so thank you. All right. We've got a policy update to CKE.
Okay, so this is a policy update to CKE local. Chief has already looked at this and approved. It's on the very back of, it's the last clause on page 3. TASB has suggested we add some verbiage and take some out. To assist with implementing the district's comprehensive safety programs and board policy, the district shall, on a part-time basis, has been added, employ or accept as a volunteer for security services an off-duty peace officer they took off reserve/retired. The jurisdiction, duties, authorities, and immunities while on duty for the district shall be in accordance with peace officers' commission and license as applicable, removing as commissioned peace officers regularly employed by or assigned to the district. So I said this is, we've already run this by Chief, and he has approved that is acceptable.
All right, I move to approve policy CKE as presented.
I'll second.
Oh, beat him to it. All right, any discussion? All in favor? All 4. Sorry. All good. All right, we got to change the depository bank signature authority.
Yes, you guys signed a new superintendent, so we have to add him to the list.
That guy. Okay. Make a motion to change the depository bank signature authority.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right, good deal. Next, we have the investment report.
Mr. Boone will present the investment report.
Y'all can pull that investment report up on your board book. That's typically in consent agenda, but this time we pulled it into discussion action because we had to add Dr. Martin as a investment officer, and so that resolution was up in the consent agenda tonight. So now that he is approved as an investment officer, he was able to sign the investment report, and so that's what you see there, and you can vote on. And if you have any questions over it, feel free to let me know. It's kind of the position of all depository bank account as well as investment portfolios.
I did have a question on the LSK settlement. Is that just lumped into that?
Yeah,
Or
so that has basically what's become our investment account for the general fund with Cowboy Bank. So that settlement was from many years ago. Yeah, so. So I guess if you will make a motion, this will need to be approved.
There you go.
Make a motion to approve. Sorry, y'all had to wait for me.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all in favor? So approved. All right, and then we have the, consider the approval of e-grants.
All right, so this is a typo on my part. It's e-contracts. I was getting all my teal applications and put e-grants on there. That's another application. So you guys have all the e-contracts through Region 10 that we use to provide services to the district. Since you guys have a summary of each one, and then you have the totals for each one in your board packet. So if you have any questions, let me know, or we can accept a motion.
Is this already budgeted?
This will be in the budget. No, we haven't budgeted
okay.
yet, but yeah, and these are all carried over. We are going to do something. We're going to add to our Eduforia package eventually. That's going to be like our testing and data hub. But all these are carried over.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? All four. All right, it is 7:33, and we'll be moving into closed session. is 10:38. We are out of closed.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the contract renewal recommendations for professional staff as presented.
Second.
No discussion? All in favor? All four. No dissent. We're adjourned. I'm assuming 10:38. 10:39.